to whoever watches this. Whatever media you witness this on, welcome. I am your narrator as we go through a wonderful land of mythology. Since I'm starting this alone, I'm gonna start with the story I read last time because I know why not. I found it funny and figured it would be good to upload it. So it's called Thor's Unlucky Journey to Jotunheim. Thor, the god of thunder, was the most ardent enemy of the giants, yet he did not always come out the victor in his encounters with them. Once upon a time, he drove off with his goats, attended by Loki. As night fell, they found lodging with a countryman. Here, Thor slaughtered his goats, filleted them, and caused them to be cooked. Then he invited the countryman with his wife and his son and daughter, to share the meat with him, but asked them to throw all the bones down on the goats' hides. They did as he bade them, all but Thjalfi, the farmer's son, who broke a thigh bone to get at the marrow. At dawn, Thor rose, donned his garments, raised Mjolnir aloft, and with the hammer crescent consecrated the goats' hides. At once the goats sprang to their feet, as much alive as ever, except that one of them halted on one hind leg. Then Thor understood that the countryman or someone in his house had been careless enough to break the thigh bone. In anger, he knitted his eyebrows and gripped the hammer so tightly his knuckles grew white. The countryman and his whole family with him begged for mercy and offered in recompense all that they possessed. When Thor saw how frightened they were, his wrath cooled, and he allowed himself to be appeased. By way of ransom, he agreed to take the countryman's two children, the son Salfi and the daughter Roskov. And the two have followed him ever since. Leaving his goats with the countryman, Thor continued his journey to Jotunheim. He reached the seashore, crossed the deeps of the ocean, and stepped on land once more with his followers. Soon they came to a great forest, which they traversed all day until darkness fell. The Thjalfi, swift of foot, carried Thor's wallet filled with food, for there was little to be picked up on the way. When night came, they looked about for a lodging, and discovered an immense cabin, with a door on one side, just as wide as the cabin itself. They went inside and laid down to sleep. At midnight, they felt an earthquake so violent that the whole building shook. Thor roused his companions and bade them to go into a smaller room through a door in the middle of the vault. As for himself, he sat down at the threshold with Mjolnir in his hand. A dreadful din and rumbling filled his ears. In the morning, he went out and saw a gigantic man snoring nearby in the wood. Then he understood what had caused all the noise he had heard. He buckled on his belt of strength, but just at that moment, the man awoke, and for once, so it is said, Thor found himself a little disappointed to strike a blow. Instead, he asked the man his name. The man answered, "My name is Skimir." And Small need have I to ask you for yours. I know you are Asa Thor. As a Thor. But what have you done with my glove? With these words, Skimir bent down to pick up his glove, and Thor saw that he had taken by night what he had taken by night to be a cabin was nothing else than Skimir's glove, and that the penthouse was the sum. Shall we not travel together? Asked Skimir. Yes, said Thor. Before starting, they ate their breakfast, each party by itself. Skimir from his own wallet, Thor and his companions from theirs. Then Skimir proposed that they put their food together in one sack. Thor gave his consent, and so Skimir tied both their victuals and his own in a bag, which he slung on his back. He walked before them with tremendous pace during the day, and at evening chose a night's lodging for them beneath a huge oak tree. Here I'm going to lie down to sleep, he said. You may take the wallet and eat your supper. Skimir fell asleep at once and was soon snoring heavily. Thor set about untying the wallet, but with very little success. When he had struggled a long while, his task grew angry, seized Mjolnir with both hands, and struck Skimir on the head. Skimir awoke and asked if a leaf had not struck Skimir on the head, had not fallen on his head. Have you had supper? He asked. Yes, replied Thor. We are just going to bed. In the middle of the night, Thor heard again Thor heard Skimir snoring, so that the whole forest rang with the sound. He stepped up to him, lifted the hammer high in the air, and struck the man with such a blow on the crown that the beak of the hammer sank far into the skull. Skimir awoke and asked, What is up now? Was that an acorn that dropped on my head? How are you faring, Thor? Thor hurried away, saying that he had just woken up, and that the hour was hardly past midnight. If I might only strike him a third time, thought Thor to himself, he should never see the light of day again. He kept watch until Skimir once more fell asleep, a little before morning. Then he ran up to him, and with all his might struck him in the temple, so that the hammer sank into his skull up to the very handle. Skimir sat up, stroked his cheek with his hand, and said, There must be birds sitting in the tree above me. Something dropped from the branches upon my head. Are you awake, Thor? It is time to get up now, and you have only little distance to go to reach the stronghold of Utgard. I have heard you whispering among yourselves that I am not exactly small of stature, but you will see bigger men than me when you arrive at Utgard. And by the way, let me give you a piece of good advice. Do not be too arrogant. Utgard Loki's men do not put up with much bragging from small boys. Else you had better turn back again, and that might be the wiser thing to do after all. But if you must and will go farther, walk towards the east. My way lies north. Towards the mountains you see yonder. These words, Skimir picked up the bag of food, slung it on his back, and strode off into the forest, and the Aesir were very glad to be rid of him. Thor and his followers walked until midday. Then they caught sight of a castle standing in the plain, but they had to bend their necks till their heads touched their backs before they were able to look over the top of it. The portals were barred with a gate that did not unlock. They crept in between the wickets, and, seeing a huge hall, bent their steps towards it. The door stood open. They walked inside, and there saw many men, all of immense size, sitting on benches. Among them sat the king Utgard Loki. They saluted him, but he only laughed scornfully and asked if the little boy was not riding Thor. "You're no doubt bigger than you seem to be," he said. "But what kind of manly exercise do you and your traveling companions know?" No one is allowed to saunter here with us who is not able to do something other better than anyone else. Loki, who was standing behind the rest, spoke up. There's one sport in which I am ready to try conclusions at once. Nobody here is able to eat faster than I." Utgard Loki answered, "We shall soon find out." Then he commanded a man named Logi to step forward from the end of the bench to the middle of the floor, to match his skill in eating against Loki's. A trencher full of meat was carried in and placed on the floor. Loki and Logi sat down, one at each end of the trencher, and ate with all their might. They met in the middle of the trencher, but while Loki had only eaten the meat, Loki had consumed the meat, the bones, and the trencher to boot. So Loki was beaten at this game. "What did that young fellow able to do?" asked Utgard Loki. "I will try running a race with someone," answered Sjolf. You will need to be swift of foot," said Utgard Loki. Then he went out into the field and asked a little fellow named Hugi to run against Sjolfi. In the first race, Hugi was so far ahead that he turned back at the goal to meet Sjolfi. "You had better stretch your legs a bit more if you want to win," said Utgard Loki. "For that matter, no swifter runner than you has ever visited us." In the second race, Hugi reached the goal and turned. Sjolfi still had a long bow shot to run. "A very pretty heat," said Utgard Loki. "Yet I can hardly believe that Sjolfi would win if you two ran a third time." They ran once more, but when Hugi had reached the goal and turned around, Sjolfi had not even covered half the course, and all agreed that this contest might very well be regarded as finished. "What kind of manly sport are you going to favor us with, Thor?" asked Utgard Loki. "I've heard great things about your prowess." "I will drink with anyone who cares to drink," answered Thor. "Very good," said Utgard Loki. Then he went into the hall and asked his cupbearer to take down the great horn that the king's men were sentenced to drink from when they had done amiss. "We consider it well done," said Utgard Loki. "A man is able to empty this horn at one draught. Some require two, but no one is such a weakling that he cannot drain it in 3 draughts." Looking at the horn, Thor did not think it very large, but rather long. Thirsty as he was, he placed it to his lips, drank deep, and thought to himself that he should probably not have to bend his head to drink again. But when he stopped and looked to see how much he had drunk, it seemed to him that there was left not much less than there was before. "You drank pretty well," said Utgard Loki, "but no great amount to be sure. If anyone had told me that as Thor was no better drinker, I should not have believed it. But I am sure you will empty the horn at the second draught. Thor not a word, but took as long a pull as he possibly could. Still, there was the other end of the horn had not risen as high as he might have wished. When he paused, it seemed to him that the level had sunk even less than before. Yet now it was possible to at least carry the horn without spilling any of the liquor. If you care to drink a third time, you have left the greater part till the last, said Utgard Loki. But if you are not more skilled in other games than in this, you cannot hope to earn as great a name among us as you have among the Aesir. Thor grew angry and placed the horn to his lips once more. He drank with all his might and kept drinking as long as he was able. When he paused to look, he could see that the level had sunk a little, but he did not want to drink anymore. It is easy to see, Utgard Loki, that you are not so great a man as we supposed. Perhaps you would like to try your luck at other exercises, since you have had such bad luck with this one. Thor answered, I'm willing to risk it, but unless I am much mistaken, my drinking would have earned praise at home among the Aesir. Utgard Loki replied, our young boys sometimes find amusement in lifting my cat off the ground. It is only a small matter, and I should not have thought of proposing it to such a thing to Thor if I had not seen with my own eyes that you are far from being as mighty as I had supposed. A large gray cat ran out upon the floor of the hall. Thor stepped forward and took hold with one hand under her belly and lifted, but the more he pulled, the more the cat bent herself into a bow. And when Thor had stretched his hand up as far as he could stretch, the cat raised only 1 foot off the floor. So Thor was worsted at this game too. Utgard Loki declared that he might have known as much beforehand, since Loki was small of stature as compared to the big men around him. Let one of them come out and wrestle me if you think I'm so small, answered Thor. For now I am really in bad humor. Not a man in this hall would demean himself so far as to take a turn with you, said Utgard Loki. But I will call my old foster mother Ellie. She accordingly came in and grappled with Thor. But the more Thor tightened his hold, the firmer she stood. At last, she began to use tricks of her own, and in the end, Thor's performance sank down to one knee. Perhaps that will do, said Utgard Loki. Thor will hardly challenge anyone else at a wrestling match. With these words, he showed Thor and his companions to their seats. They remained there the rest of the night and were entertained with the utmost hospitality. In the morning, they rose and prepared to continue their journey. Utgard Loki himself came in and caused a table to be spread for them, laden with all kinds of food and drink. Then they set forth on their way. Utgard Loki accompanied them out of the castle, and as they were about to depart, asked Thor what he thought of the outcome of his expedition. Thor answered that he knew he had added nothing to his fame, that he felt the keenest disappointment to think that he was leaving behind him the reputation of a mere weakling. Now I will tell you the truth, said Utgard Loki. Since you are well outside the castle, never with my consent, so long as I live and rule, shall you be allowed to enter it again. And you would never have gained entrance if I had known how strong you were. For you came very near bringing the greatest misfortune upon us. The fact is, you have all been hoodwinked. It was I that you met in the forest. I tied the wallet with troll iron so that you might not guess how to open it. Each single blow you struck would have killed me outright. If unknown to you, I had not interposed for my protection the huge mountain you beheld outside the stronghold. There you may see, even now, 3 valleys, the one deeper than the other. All of them marks of your blows. The like happened with the games you played. Loki was hungry and ate very well, but Logi, meaning flame, was nothing other than fire itself turned loose, which consumed at one time both meat and trencher. Hugi, the fellow whom Saljolfi ran his races, was my own thought, Huga, which of course was the fleeter of the two. When you drank from the horn, the wonder grew till I could no longer trust my eyes. For the other end laid out in the ocean itself. If you look closely, you can see how the level has sunk. That is what we call the ebb tide. When you lifted the cat, we were all alarmed. She is the Midgard serpent that encompasses all lands, but you raised her so high that the head and tail barely touched the floor together. The wrestling match with Ellie was no less a marvel, for never a man lived, nor ever shall live, but fall before her, Ellie, old age. Now we are to part, and it were best for both of us that you never came back. For the future I will not fail to be on my guard against arts that kind. Thor lifted his hammer, meaning to smite Utgard Loki, but a twinkling he had disappeared. Nor was Thor able again to catch sight of the castle, and so he had returned to Sudvang. Yet before long he was bound on another expedition, this time against the Midgard serpent itself. Okay, for the next one. The story of Thor's visit to the giant Hymir is told in verse in a poem of the poetic Edda, and in prose to Snorri's Edda. In the Eddic poem, the myth begins by recounting how the gods gathered at a banquet given by Aegir, discovered through magic arts that he had in his possession a huge number of kettles. Thor hinted to Aegir that he was inferior to the Aesir, and in revenge, Aegir asked Thor to go out and find a kettle large enough to brew ale for all the Aesir at one time. No one had heard of a kettle of this size, until finally Tyr let it be known that his mother's father, the giant Hymir, who lived in the eastward of the Elvagar, had one that was a mile deep, but it was impossible for anyone to get a hold of without trickery. Thor and Tyr accordingly drove away from Asgard, and in due course arrived at the home of the man named Egil. I don't know. There they stabled the goats and continued on foot to Hymir's farm, only to discover that he had gone out hunting. On walking into the hall, they found Hymir's wife. A lot of question marks in this story. Weird. A hideous giantess with 900 heads. Hymir's daughter, Tyr's mother, nevertheless received them kindly and hid them behind 8 immense kettles that were hanging in the room, since, as she said, Hymir was not well disposed towards visitors. After a long time, Hymir came home. As he stepped in at the door, the icicles that hung from his frosty beard sent forth a ting. Okay. Sorry, I may pause a lot because, as much as I do love Norse mythology and stuff, I do not speak it myself. I do not speak Nordic myself, unfortunately. As he stepped in at the door, the icicles that hung from his frosty beard sent forth a tinkling sound. His daughter greeted him with the smoothest words and told him that Thor and Tyr had come to see him. There they are, hiding behind a pillar under the staircase. At the piercing looks that shot from the eyes of the giant, the pillar burst asunder, and the crossbeam broke in two. All the kettles fell down and were shattered into bits, except one only, which had come more finely tempered from the forge. Thor and Tyr now had to step out from their hiding. Hymir himself was ill at ease when he saw that the deadly enemy of the giants under his own roof. 3 oxen were slaughtered for the evening meal, and of these Thor alone ate 2. Next day, Hymir proposed that they should go out hunting to see if they could not bag something really worth eating. Thor, on the other hand, offered to row a boat out to sea if Hymir would provide bait for fishing. Hymir pointed to his own herd of cattle, and Thor was not slow in tearing the head off an enormous black bull. Thor and Hymir now rowed so far out to sea that the giant became alarmed, and then they began to fish. Hymir pulled 2 whales at once, while Thor, who had taken his seat aft, baited his hook with the bull's head and started angling it for the Midgard serpent. And sure enough, the serpent took the bait, and the hook with it. Thor hauled his catch up to a gunwale. Gunwale? Gunwale. I'm gonna go with gunwale. And gave it a blow on the head with his hammer so that the mountain echoed with the sound of the whole earth. And the whole earth quaked. But the line parted, and the serpent sank back into the sea. As they rowed homeward, Hymir sat in a fit of temper and spoke never a word. When they touched land, he asked Thor either to make the boat fast or to carry in the catch. Thinking in either case to put his strength to the test, Thor laid hold of the boat by the prow and drew it ashore without bailing out the bilge water. Then he picked up the oars and the bailing dipper and carried them up to the house and the whale to boot, as if they were nothing at all. Still, Hymir was not content. Thor was strong enough both at rowing and at carrying burdens, but the question remained whether he had the power to break the giant's beaker into bits. Thor hurled it against a stone pillar. The pillar broke and the beaker was left whole. Then Tyr's mother advised Thor to sword against Hymir's own hard forehead. Thor did so, and this time the beaker burst, but the giant's forehead remained unscathed. Hymir felt his loss felt his loss keenly. Yet he said that they might have the kettle if they were able to carry it out the house. First, Tyr tried to lift it, but it would not budge an inch. Thor was compelled to bend to the task himself. He took so strong a grip that he felt that his feet went through the floor. Finally, he succeeded in slinging the kettle over his head, but it was so large that the handle clattered against his head. Was clattered at his head, at his heels. Hurrying away, he traveled a great distance before looking back. Only on doing so at length, he saw Hymir and a whole army of many-headed giants setting out in pursuit of their rocky fastnesses. Their rocky fastnesses. I don't know. In the east. He threw the kettle off his shoulder, swung his hammer, and killed every one of the band. He had not gone far in his journey, however, before one of the goats stumbled to earth half dead. It was halt on one foot, and for that mishap, malicious Loki was to blame. Thor finally brought the kettle into the presence of the assembled gods, and in it, Aegir was thereafter compelled to brew the ale for the yearly banquet which he had provided for the Aesir. According to Snorri's Edda, Thor set out all alone in the likeness of a young lady without his wagon or his goats, and so arrived one evening at Hymir's dwelling. He remained there during the night, and in the morning got permission to go out fishing with Hymir. Although the giant did not look for much help in a fellow so young and small, Thor asked Hymir for bait, and on being told to provide for himself, he tore off the head of Hymir's biggest bull. Heaven Bellower. Thor piled the oars, but when Hymir thought they were going rather too fast, he asked Thor to lay by, since they had reached his accustomed fishing banks. Thor, for his part, wanted to row farther out. When they had gone on some distance, Hymir declared it would be unsafe to venture beyond a current point for fear of the Midgard serpent. Thor nevertheless rowed on and on until Hymir became very ill at ease. At last Thor pulled in his oars, prepared a stout line and a hook to match, and baited it with the bull's head. When he dropped the line and the Midgard serpent took the bait so that the hook pierced the roof of his mouth, the serpent gave the line such a violent jerk that Thor's knuckles were dashed against the gunwale. Furiously angry, he rallied his Aesir strength and pulled so hard that his feet went through the boat and the gunwale, and a terrible sight it was to see Thor fix his piercing eyes on the serpent, and to see the serpent glare in turn at Thor, spewing venom. Meanwhile, Hymir grew pale with terror as he caught sight of the serpent and saw the waves washing into the boat and out again. Fumbling for his bait knife, he cut the line off against the gunwale, and the serpent sank back into the sea. Thor threw his hammer after it, but did not succeed in killing it. He struck Hymir with such a blow with his fist that the giant tumbled overboard head first. Thor himself waded ashore. Once here, I'm gonna play a bit of the game while I see if for the next 30 minutes-ish. So I'm gonna quickly play a bit to give my throat a bit of a rest because it's not easy to try to do this stuff. Ranger and the noble elves have their I think I'm gonna quickly train over here. We're continuing on. The only read would be quite the pain. It's annoying. I do not care. Play a bit of a game. What to do? That. Look at that. How convenient. Small damage, however, should be good at cleaning out some stuff. Something with the can do. Things of that nature. Oh no, they damaged me. Oh man, I can't win now. Oh, they even have a fusion? Oh. This is clearly the end. No, I don't think I can win now. Oh wait, I did. I did it very handedly. Because I had won no matter what, because I had outplayed them immensely. Well, you know, perhaps it was just luck. Suppose having one of those things would be probably pretty good. Because what we don't want is a crap from them. There's this battle. I think I'm gonna go ahead and read another story of Norse mythology. A bit of a defense because I can. Not a lot of damage, but you know. We're gonna delete guy. Why not? He had a chance to get extra moves. I forget this computer can be really dumb. It just wait because later on in the game, for some reason, it goes from, hey, I'm the AI, I'm pretty dumb, to, hey, I'm the AI, I'm gonna do these moves that you weren't even aware were moves, and that you couldn't even witness, because that was just that good. But that's how this game works. See, I think the best move. There's one extra move, but it really could be two. I'm gonna do it. The summon anyway. And then we played this here. I just realized that I did something really dumb, but whatever. What to do with this other move? Well, not really much I can do, so you know. Couldn't even touch me. What was this? Not really much we can do. Let's see what I summon. Yeah, throw your balls. Oh no. Oh man. Oh, it's really damaging. Imagine if the AI, if you could see an AI's face right now, be like, aha, I made it so you're attacked and it beat me. I bet it would look so smug. Only to slowly realize that it can't do anything and I've won. Combinations. What a great thing. And that area was cleared. What a great bonus. extra security and all. Won't even get to attack. Won't even get to do me that extra damage. Overkill! The best kind of kill. And of course we get paid. I now leave that area. And I will read another story. Let's see. Sora's visit to Geralt. Geralt. Oh no. Once upon a time, as Loki was flying about for sport in Frigg's falcon disguise, he was taken with a desire to see how matters stood on the estates of Geralt. Settling on a window ledge, he looked into the hall. Geralt bade one of his men to take the bird captive, but it was more easily said than done, and Loki was vastly amused by the proposal. He therefore remained sitting on his perch for a while, thinking there would be time enough to escape when the man had clambered up. But when Loki wanted to fly away, his feet clung to the wall, and so he was taken in the toils. Toils? Toils. I don't know. Toils. If someone else, if the listener knows how to say that word, I applaud them. Geralt, on examining his eyes, knew that this was not a real bird, but a shapeshifter. He spoke to Loki, but received no answer. Geralt then locked him up in a chest, where he left him for 3 months without food. Finally, he took him out again, and Loki was compelled to reveal who he was. So, to save his life, he promised to induce Thor to pay a visit to the farmstead of Geralt without his hammer, his belt of strength, or his gauntlets. It is not known how Loki managed this affair, but certain it is that Thor set forth on the journey. Loki and Sjöfn went with him. On the way, Thor sojourned for a time with the giantess Grid, who was the mother of the god Vidar, and as such, a friend of the Aesir. From her, Thor learned that Geralt was a crafty giant, with whom it was no simple matter to deal. Accordingly, she made Thor a loan of a belt of strength, a pair of iron gauntlets, and her own staff, the Grid Staff. Thor presently arrived at the banks of a giant river called Vimmer, across which he was compelled to wade. Girdling on his belt, he braced himself against the current by means of the staff, while Loki held fast to the belt. By the time he had reached the midstream, the water flowed over his shoulders. Then quoth Thor, "Wax no more, Vimmer. My purpose holds to wade to the very home of the giants. Know this, that as thy waxing will wax my Asia power, even as high as the heavens. Soon he became aware of Gerald's daughter, Gizal, was standing astride the river where it narrowed between rocky walls, and that the swelling of the water was her work. He picked up a boulder from the bed of the stream and threw it at her, saying, "A river must be damned at the mouth." The boulder found its mark, and now the current bore him so close to the bank that he was able to catch hold of a mountain ash, by the aid of which he pulled himself ashore. From this incident comes the saying, "The mountain ash is the salvation of Thor." The Jolf, according to the Skaldic poem, had seized the thong of Thor's shield and effected him passing in this way. When Thor arrived at Gered's home, house, whatever, place of belonging, he and his companions were lodged in a goat house, where there was but a single chair. Thor sat down in it, but soon noticed that it was being raised with him towards the roof. He thrust Grid's staff up against a beam and let all his weight sink heavily into the chair, whereupon there at once arose the bellow of a great crashing and wailing. The din came from Gjalp and Gerip, the two daughters of Geralt, who had lain beneath the chair, and whose back he had thus broken. Then quoth Thor, "Once I made use of my Asia might, yonder in the home of the giants, and that was when Gjalp and Gesep, the daughters of Geralt, would fain lift me up to the heavens." Now Geralt called Thor into the hall to make trial of his prowess in games of skill. Great fires were burning lengthwise through the room, and just as Thor passed in front of Geralt, the giant picked up with his tongs a giant bolt of iron, and threw it at him. Thor caught it with his iron gauntlet and raised it aloft, but Geralt left for refuge behind a pillar. Thor hurled the bolt with such force that it went through the pillar, through Geralt and the wall, and then buried itself in the earth. That's how his visit there went. Now Thor has yet another combat with Rungner. Once upon a time, when Thor had gone off to the east to kill trolls, Odin rode on Sleipnir's back, Sleipnir's I think, back to Jotunheim, and pressed forward to the dwelling of the giant Rungrin. Rungrin inquired who the helmeted man might be, who was thus able to ride both air and sea. He must be the master of a good horse. Odin undertook a wager his head that the horse's like was not to be found in all Jotunheim. Rungernir retorted that his own horse, Goldmane, was the swifter of the two. With these words, he sprang on his horse in a rage, and rode in pursuit of Odin to pay him for boasting. Odin stuck spurs into Sleipnir's and maintained his lead. But Hrungnir had lashed himself onto such a giant fury into such a giant fury that before he knew it he had passed within the gates of Asgard. The Aesir immediately invited him to sit down at their with them at their drinking. Sorry for the silence. Someone was calling me, so I had to figure out what they were calling me for. To which he assented and walked into the hall. There beakers were brought forward, from which Thor was in the habit of drinking. Hrungnir emptied them all without a murmur, and becoming drunk, began to vaunt himself. He would pick Valhalla up bodily and carry it off to Jotunheim. He would level Asgard with the earth and put all the gods to death but Freya and Sif. And these two he would bear away to his own house. He insisted that Freya alone had the courage to fill his beaker, and that he would make short work of drinking up all the Aesir's ale. The Aesir eventually grew weary of his bragging. Summoned Thor, without a moment's delay, Thor was on the spot, brandishing his hammer and fuming with anger. Thor demanded to know who had permitted foul giants to drink there, who had allowed Hrungnir to remain in Valhalla, and why Freya was filling his cup as if it was a banquet for the gods. Hrungnir turned unfriendly eyes on Thor. Hrungnir turned unfriendly eyes to Thor, and eyes on Thor, and answered that Odin in person had invited him to enter and had given him safe conduct. Thor declared that before the giant made his escape, he would have reason to rue the invitation. Thor would gain little glory by killing an unarmed man, said Hrungnir. But have you courage enough to fight me at the boundary stones of Jotungard? I don't know. Let me just quickly. I think it's just pronounced Utgard. We're the boundaries of Jotunheim and Asgard. I was a fool to forget my shield and whetstone at home. For if I had my weapons at hand, I could fight it out at once. But if you kill me while I am unarmed, you will be every man's byword for cowardice. That That was the first time anyone had offered to stand against Thor in single combat, and so he immediately accepted the challenge. Gungnir rode off at top speed. When he arrived at home in Jotunheim, the giants paid him the highest compliments on his courage. They realized, nonetheless, how much was at stake. If Hrungnir, their most powerful champion, should be worsted, they might look for all manner of mischances. Accordingly, they set about the task of making a man of clay 9 miles tall and 3 miles broad beneath the arms. They were unable to find a heart large enough for him until it occurred to them to make use of the heart of a mare. Hrungnir, for his part, had the three had a three-cornered heart of stone. His head also was of stone, and his shield as well. Taking his position behind his shield, he waited at the boundary between Jotunheim and Asgard, the the coming of Thor. Resting his whetstone on his shoulder, his whetstone, he presented a most formidable figure. The clay giant, on the contrary, who bore the name Mok'Urkalifi, was so terrified that he made water as soon as he caught sight of Thor. That he he made water as soon as he caught sight of Thor. Basically, he pissed himself. Thor came on foot. Came on the field, seconded by Thjalfi. As they advanced, Thjalfi called out, "You have made a reckless choice of position, giant. Thor is closing in on you from below. Thor is closing in on you from below the earth." Hrungnir then placed his shield beneath his feet and stood on it. No sooner had he done than Thor, heralded by a burst of thunder and lightning, came upon the scene in all of his Aesir might, and from a great distance hurled his hammer at the giant. Hrungnir gripped his whetstone with both hands and threw it at Thor, but it struck the hammer in midair and was shattered to pieces. One part fell to the ground, and from these fragments have come all the mountains of whetstone. And the other part, piercing Thor's head, brought him to earth. The hammer struck Hrungnir on the crown and smashed his skull to bits. He fell across the body of Thor, so that his foot rested on Thor's neck. By this time, Thjalfi had won an easy victory over Mukurkalfi. Neither Thjalfi nor any of the Aesir was able to lift Hrungnir's foot off Thor's neck. But presently, Magni came upon the field, the son of Thor and Jarsaxa, a youngster of 3 years, and raised the giant's foot as if in play. It was unfortunate, so he said, that he had not come sooner, in which case he would have struck the giant dead with his bare fist. Thor rose to his feet and praised his son handsomely. He avowed that the boy, in time, would amount to something, but by way of reward made him a present of Hrungnir's horse, Goldmane. Odin, however, declared that Thor had not done right by giving so fine a horse to the son of a giantess instead of to his own father. Thor now returned to his home in Surdvang, but the whetstone remained fixed to his head. To be rid of it, He sought the aid of Gora, the wife of Urvandil the Brave. The woman read magic spells over Thor's head until the whetstone loosened its hold. When Thor noticed what was happening, he wanted to please the woman in his turn. So he told her that on a journey to the north, he had once waded across the Elvagar, carrying Uvandil in a pannier out from Jotunheim. In proof of his story, he related that one of Urvandil's toes protruding out of the pannier became so badly frostbitten that he was compelled to break it off, then toss it into the heavens, where it turned into a star that had since been called Auvindil's toe. No long time would pass, he added, before Aruvendil returned home again. Gora was so happy to hearing his tale that she forgot all about her magic spells. The whetstone, consequently, was not fully loosened, and so still protrudes from Thor's head. Therefore, no whetstones must be thrown crosswise over the floor, for in that event, the whetstone in Thor's head will be set in motion. Okay, so that was that story. Now I'm going to play a bit more before continuing to the next of our many adventures with the gods. And yes, I'm playing this just to grind it out before I go ahead and start playing other things. Keep checking that my thing's on, and it seems to be so. If no one could hear me, if when I upload this I'm not audible, I'm going to be rather upset. I think that's a good first move. Battle one's opponent so easily. Oh, the glory and the fighting that it's had. You to make your puny moves, then I'll kick your butt. could this be overkill? One could see it that way. Is it entertaining to do this? Indeed. Just wait some turn because I'm going. If this my first dragon doesn't do it, I'm about to unleash a massive onslaught that's gonna just be dirty. Hey, look at that! I won. Never saw that one coming. I destroyed that. I have 2 goons. So do this and this. Try to use all at our disposal. Hmm. Annoying. Your special moves will do nothing. For our arrows are mightier than your puny, pathetic wounds and walls. Something I remember learning is you don't want to have just all like 5 or so like giant minions, because the downside to doing such a thing is Yeah, they're powerful. But if you get attacked, you're kind of doomed. If you get too many of them, because as powerful as they are, they take up a lot of space. I think you... Yeah, this guy. Sure. Hmm. First move we would want to do is this. And this. I made a blunder of this. I know what I needed to do. I got fooled. Yes. Step 1. Got that. Yes. I think I can get an extra turn. How am I supposed to do this? I know I've completed this before. Try, fail miserably. Yes, I'm gonna try again. Where would the move be? Move that there, that doesn't work. Move the other one there. There. Need 2 moves to get those guys. Okay, trial and error is the method I'm gonna go with, so. Let's move this. The. And fail miserably. Not that. I'm not gonna give up. I don't care about your dumb thing about how bored you've been. Okay, so I think possible thing. That's what I always forget even. These suckers can be deleted. Don't know why I forget I can do that, but I do. Mainly because you don't commonly do it normally. Like, why would I delete my wall? It's not smart. It's something I need. I forget that that thing exists as a deletable object. Okay, so level 10, this will probably be great. Moves. I already know that I messed up. Okay, so I got an idea. And watch as I fail miserably because I messed up. This will retry. This. This, and it should be genius. The foolish mortal. Huh, someone's watching. Hello to those who watch. I am currently just doing this as I rest my voice a bit. I just try to let myself not get too befuddled by the fact that I'm reading a bunch of words that some of which I have no idea how to say. So good news is the next story is one that I have a personal fondness for, mainly because of how silly it is. I like this, called The Story of Female Thor. So here we go, because I'll be taking care of the next stuff after the story. After the next two, actually. Thrym steals Mjolnir. At length, it so happened that Thor found an opportunity to steal into Jotunheim and glut his hatred of the giants. He had lain down to sleep, and when he awoke, he missed his hammer. Enraged beyond bounds, he at once sought the advice of Loki, who promised to go out in search of the hammer, provided Freya would lend him her bird plumage. Freya being willing, Loki flew off to Jotunheim and came into the presence of Thorsday, king of the Thursar, who was sitting on a mound of braiding gold cords for his dogs and clipping the manes of his horses. What news among the Aesir? What news among the elves? What brings you to Jotunheim alone? Asked Thrym. There is something wrong somewhere, answered Loki. You do not happen to have hidden Thor's hammer, do you? Yes, retorted Thrym. I have hidden it 8 miles deep in the earth, and no man will get it before me. He brings me Freya to wife. Loki brought the bad news back to Asgard. He then went with Thor to ask Freya if she would consent to becoming the wife of Thrym. Highly incensed, she gave them a curt no for an answer. The Aesir accordingly met in conclave to determine what steps were to be taken. No one was able to suggest anything to the purpose until Heimdall proposed that they should dress Thor to take the place of Freya, decking him out to the end with the necklace of the bracings and other appropriate ornaments. Thor pronounced the plan far beneath his dignity, but at last gave in. So they dressed him in bridal linen, adorned him with the necklace of the bracings, hung jingling keys at his belt, and put a kerchief on his head, and wrapped him in the long garments of a woman. Loki, in the habit of a handmaiden, followed in his train. Hitching Thor's goats to the cart, the two drove off at a pace, split mountains asunder, and struck the earth into flames. As they drew near the domain of the Susar king, Thrym bade the giants raise their feet and deck the benches for the coming of the bride. In my possession are cows and gold horns, black bulls, heaps of treasure, and mounds of jewels, said Thrym. Freya is now my sole desire. When evening had come, food was borne in before the two guests. Thor by himself ate a whole ox, ate salmon, and all of the delicacies prepared for the woman, and washed it all down with 3 crocks of mead. Did anyone ever see a bride take bigger and heartier bites or drink for any mead? Asked Thrym. For quickly thinking, Loki responded, "For 8 days on end, Freya has not tasted a morsel, so great has been her longing after Jotunheim." Thrym now bowed his head beneath the kerchief to kiss the bride, but she shot such a piercing glance upon him that he started back. Why does Freya look so grim? Her eyes start fire. Again, quickly of thought, Loki responded, 8 nights on end Freya has not slept a wink, so great has been her longing after Jotunheim. Just at that moment, the hideous old grandmother came in and asked for a bridal gift. Thrym gave commands that Mjolnir should be borne in and laid on the bride's lap, so that the wedding might go forward. When Thor once more beheld his hammer, his heart laughed within him. First he slew Thrym, then the old blade him, and thereafter he crushed into atoms all the kindred of the giants. Thus Thor got his hammer back again after all. Quite a brutal scene, but then again, they did mess with the man who was known for being very brutal. Kind of on them. Now about that necklace that was mentioned. Necklace of bracings. On most of Thor's expeditions, Loki acted the part of a friend, outwardly at least. Between Heimdall and Loki, on the contrary, there was deadly enmity without ceasing. This enmity showed itself, for example, on the occasion when Loki had stolen the necklace of the Brisings from Freya. Loki hid the ornament in the sea of Singesten and kept guard over it himself in the shape of a seal. Heimdall likewise assumed the likeness of a seal, and so compelled Loki to restore what he had stolen. This is the probable interpretation of the casual reference in Snorri's Edda, in which case we have here to do with the old and authentic from the myths. A variant of the myths, quite different from and far less primitive, is to be found in the legacy of Solar Patru, dating 13th centuries. A lot of things happen. And now we get to, that was a very short story. Now here we have one of the more important stories that is very key in future events of Norse mythology. Though not knowing if this stuff is out of order, things may not be making sense, as things may happen, people may appear, stuff like that. Meanwhile, those things shouldn't be happening. The death of Balder. Amid confusion and struggle of various kinds, life thus ran its course among the Aesir. Yet Balder still remained to them the god of innocence and purity. While he survived, evil and violence could not gain supremacy in the universe. There came a time, however, when he began to be visited by disquieting dreams, which filled all the gods with foreboding. The Aesir and the goddesses held a general assembly to inquire into the meaning of these portents. Odin himself rode forth to Sleipnir, into the very depths of Niflheim, to take counsel with the departed Sibyl, or prophetess. He arrived at the high hall of hell. Started saying that 5 times fast. The high hall of hell. And to the east is the door, where lay the grave of Sibyl. He took his station and chanted his incarnations to waken the dead. The Sibyl, compelled to risen from her grave, asked who had come to disturb her rest. The snow covered me, she said, and the rain beat upon me, and the moist dews fell over me. I had long been dead. Odin answered, I am named Vegtam, son of Valtam. Tell me now for whom hell has adorned her hall. For Balder the mead is brewed, and the Aesir are sore afflicted. Who shall bring death upon Balder? Hod shall bring death to Balder. Water responded. Who shall avenge his death upon Hod? Asked Odin. Ryan shall bear a son, Val, in the west halls. He replied. He shall neither wash his hands nor comb his hair until he has brought Balder's slayer to the funeral pyre. 1 night old he shall kill him. Speak Speak. Be not yet silent, said Odin. Still more would I fain learn. Who are the maidens that were weeping sorely and throwing their neckerch- necker- neckerchiefs into the air? Now I know you are not Tom, as you have said, but Odin, answered the prophets, and you are neither Sibyl nor wise women. You are the mother of 3 Susar. Ride home again, Odin, the prophets, and return to me when Loki has regained his freedom and the twilight of the gods is near at hand. Frigg now bound all things by an oath that they would do Balder no harm. Fire and water, iron, all manner of metals, rocks, earth, trees, maladies, beasts, and birds, poisons and serpents. Now the Aesir, deeming themselves secure, even found amusement in their assemblies and having Balder stand forward while the others shot missiles at him. He aimed his he him aimed blows at him or threw stones at him. Whatever they might do, he suffered no wound. Loki, meanwhile, was not pleased. Assuming the shape of a woman, he paid a visit to Frigg at Fensalir. Frigg asked the woman what the Aesir were occupied with at their assembly. They all are shooting at Balder without working him the least injury, she said. Neither weapons nor tree will do him any harm, for I have bound all things by oath. Is it really true that all things have sworn to spare Balder? The woman asked. All things except only a tiny sprig growing west of Valhalla, called mistletoe. I deemed it too young to a thing to be bound by an oath. Now Loki went away, tore up the mistletoe, and carried it off to the assembly. Hode, because of his blindness, was standing at the outer edge of the circle. Loki asked him why he too was not shooting at Balder. I cannot see where he is standing, and besides, I have no weapon, answered Hode. Nevertheless, you ought to follow the example of the others, said Loki, and thus pay equal honor to Balder. Take this wad and shoot at him. I will show you where he is standing. Hode grasped the mistletoe, took his position according to Loki's bidding, and let fly at Balder. The bolt spade directly through his body, and he sank down dead. Thus came about the greatest mischance that ever befell gods and men. When the Aesir saw Balder fall to the ground, they were speechless with fear, and none moved a finger to lift him up. They looked at one another, and all alike were filled with wrath at the man who had brought that deed to pass. Yet they were powerless to avenge the murder, since the spot on which they stood had been solemnly set aside as a sanctuary. For a time they were unable to utter a word for weeping. Odin, above all, felt the full force of the blow, for he saw most certainly what a loss had befallen the Aesir. Through Balder's death, when the gods had in part regained their composure, Frigg asked whom among the Aesir would undertake to gain her favor by ridding the Hellways to seek speech with Balder, and learn from Hel what recompense she would demand for permitting Balder's release and his return to Asgard. Hermod the Bold, Odin's son, declared himself willing, having got the loans of Sleipnir from the journey. I think this is supposed to be lions. Loan. Let me look it up. Lon. Nope, it is lone. I don't get it, but okay. Mounted and took the road with the utmost speed. The Aesir took Baldur's body and bore it down to the sea. There lay his great ship, Ringhorna, drawn up to on land, with the intention of using it for Baldur's funeral pyre. They strove to launch it, but were unable to move it from the spot. They were therefore compelled to send a messenger to Jotunheim, to summon the giantess Hyrrokian, I think, and she came riding to them mounted on a wolf, which she guided by vipers in lieu of reins. She dismounted, and Odin assigned 4 berserkers to the task of holding her steed. They could not restrain the wolf, however, before they had thrown it to the ground. The giantess stepped to the prow of the boat, and at the first effort, shifted off so fast that the rollers burst into flames, and the whole earth trembled. Thor, his wrath getting the better of him, wanted to crush her head, but all the other gods interceded on her behalf. Now the body of Baldur was carried out onto the ship, and when his wife Nanna saw what was happening, her heart broke for sorrow. So her body also was laid on the pyre. The fire then kindled, and Thor came forward and consecrated the pyre with Mjolnir. Just at that moment, a dwarf named Lit ran in front of him, and Thor spurned the dwarf into the fire, where he too was burned. Beings of many kinds came to see the burning. First of all was Odin, and with him Frigg, the Valkyries, and Odin's ravens. Frey drove a cart drawn by the boar Golinbust, otherwise called Sildurtan. Heimdall rode his horse Goldtop, and Freya drove her cats. Throngs of Rime, Thusar, and Cliff Etsins presented themselves likewise. Odin laid on the pyre the ring Draupnir. Baldur's horse also was led, fully caparisoned, into the blazing ship. In the meantime, Hermod was on his way to Hel. 9 nights he rode through the dark and deep valleys, and saw nothing until he came to the river Gjol, and rode out onto the bridge of Gjol, which is paved with gleaming gold. A maiden named Modgud, who keeps watch over the bridge, asked his name and kindred. Then she told him that not many days before, 5 companies of dead men had run across the bridge, and yet, she said, it thunders as loudly beneath your pace alone as beneath the feet of all of them together. Nor have you the visage of a dead man. Why are you riding alone on the way to Hel? I am riding to Hel, answered Hermod, in search of Baldur. Have you seen him pass along the way of Hel? She told him that Baldur had already traversed the bridge of Gjol. The way to Hel lies downward and northward. Hermod rode on until he arrived at Hel Gate. There he dismounted, tightened his saddle girths, mounted once more, and struck spurs into his horse. The horse jumped so high above the gate that he did not so much as touch it with his hoof. Hermod rode straight to the hall, dismounted, and stepped inside. There he saw his brother Baldur, sitting in the high seat. He remained in the hall during the night, and in the morning he asked Hel to permit Balder to ride away with him, telling her at the same time how great was the grief of the Aesir. Hel answered that she meant to assure herself beforehand whether Balder was really so much beloved as he was reputed to be. If all things on earth, she said, be they quick or dead, will weep for him, then he shall return to the Aesir. But if there is one thing that will not weep, he shall remain with me. Then Hermod arose, and Balder followed him out through the door and bade him give Odin the ring Draupnir in memory of him. Nanna gave into his charge a kerchief for Frigg and other gifts besides, and for Fulla a finger ring. Thereupon Hermod rode forth on his journey until he came back to Asgard, where he imparted to the gods all that he had seen and heard. The Aesir now sent messengers through the whole world to ask all things to weep for Balder's release from hell. All things did weep, men, beasts, earth, trees, and all manners of metal, and they can still be seen weeping whenever they pass from frost to heat. But when the messengers, their errand done, were returning home again, they discovered among the rocks a giantess named Thok. Her too they asked to weep Balder out of the bounds of hell, but she replied, Thok shall weep dry tears on Balder's pyre, nor in life nor in death did Karl's son bring me joy. Hell hold what she hath. Balder's homecoming thus came to naught. The giantess was none other than Loki, who by such means finished his evil deed. Retribution, however, soon fell upon him, upon Hod, as well Balder's death was to be avenged, and according to the Sibyl's decree to Odin, vengeance was to command that the hand of Vali, the son of Odin, and Rind, the particulars of his doom are not recorded in Eddas. That was a very long story, an unfortunate one, as one of the gods are dead. We run along and play the game while I take a quick break from my play because my throat is really tired, I must say. I don't have a unicorn, you idiot. I need to find the thing for the dragons so I can get more. Those jerks, how dare you? Farcast? Are you kidding? I know this is definitely like a sequel to several of the games, so I'm sure there's a lot of things like, oh, remember this guy? He's now your enemy. I don't really get it. I never played the other games. Did I just do nothing with my turn? But basically, yes. Do I think that that was the right move? Also, yes. So I'm about to make a massive line of death. Put it bluntly, death. What can you do? You can do nothing but weep as my units destroy you. Destroyed one. Single one of my units. But you're also about to die. Man, it looks like I might have won. I don't know, did I do enough? I just did about... I about defeated you one time plus half of the rest of your life if you had double the life. So, you know, there's immense death. But, you know, it's a small thing. Really, you could have won.
The young elves are determined to stop this meaningless war, risking everything to try to call a truce between these once peaceful neighbors.
Stop, everyone. Put down your arms. Bested by a young girl on the battlefield. Sir Vark's at your mercy. Elf, speak. Mr. Varkas, why have you raised arms against my people? You started it. Our village across the river has been attacked. The crops sabotaged. Liar! You slew wise Laris, her father, and all of his brethren. No! I was there that day. Men did not attack us. Demons did. Demons? We are the victims of a terrible lie. We must spread the truth before our lands are plunged into war. Even if I believe you, that means little. The Griffin Empire seeks revenge. Under orders of Count Carly, I sent men to get the Mother Seed. Mother Seed? It's sacred! Future generations of our trees spring from it. Oh, really? They're planning to destroy it. Oh, Sila, no! If we hurry, we'll be able to stop them. I'm sorry. I was following my orders. Bright side is he's not a complete jerk. Now then, we got some puzzles here. Or destroy this. I won't be able to activate this. That's a problem. I destroy this. see. Hmm. If this is a green guy, blue guy, oh, kind of hard to tell between if they're blue or green sometimes. Okay, so I need treants. Going to battle this guy. Guy wants to test his theory. I'm happy to test theories. I love science. Place an insult. To stop or, well, at least stem. The opponent does. This guy over here. Two these guys. Can't even break through my defenses, you weaklings. Yet my blast will surely destroy yours. It's a shame you picked a battle so foolish you were. I am surprised. However, as I said, I won't get another turn. Seems like a good fellow. Take care of. Gonna be knocking out a few levels. This starting setup actually kind of kicks ass. Here, this here. Get 2 extra turns. do this. And let's move this over there. he'll die no matter what, so I'm gonna empower thing and see how that goes. This is an actual battle. That's good. I need to get my arrows to definitely hit that guy. If I don't, then I'm in a lot of trouble. A good battle this is. Aha! A well-earned victory. Attack formations gain a power bonus. Road traveled across. Would that be useful? Theoretically, I'm not equipping it though because not quite what I need. I have a great setup, but not any usable. Is that there? One may ask himself, why is this person building up a defense of a bunch of walls right now? And the answer is simple. I may not remember everything from playing this game, but I do know that those guys, when they attack, are very powerful, and you do not want to let them attack freely. attack. That's so and blast him. Not great at this game, but I think I did pretty well there. I take it over to that area to train it. Could possibly be a good option. Against my own better judgment. Just to train it, I'm going to do that. I'm going to get a few more deers. But back to this thing that you came here for. Mythology. The next one is very long. This story is called Aegir's Banquet. The chastising of Loki. When Aegir had got possession of the huge kettle borrowed by Thor from Hymir, he prepared a great banquet for the Aesir. Odin was one of the guests. Others were Frigg, Sif, Brigi, Idun, Tyr, Njord, Skald, Freya, Vidar, Frey's serving men, Begivir, and Bela, with a host of other Aesir and elves besides. Loki also made one of the number, but Thor was absent on an expedition to the east. Radiant gold lit the room instead of tapers, and ale poured forth of itself without the aid of any cupbearer. Aegir's servants, Eldir and Fimafeng were praised highly on every hand for the skillful performance of their duty. Loki grew angry and killed Fimafeng, although the spot was holy ground. The Aesir brandished their shields and raised an outcry against Loki, and drove him out into the forest. Then they sat down to their drinking. Loki, nevertheless, shortly returned and, meeting Elder outside the hall, asked him what the Aesir were discoursing about over their cups. They are speaking of their weapons and their various deeds, answered Eldir, and none among them have a good word to say for you. Loki said that he proposed to go inside and look on at the banquet, and that he intended to bring evil and dissension with him, and to mingle misfortune with the mead they were drinking. Refusing to listen to elders' warnings, he forced his way with threats. All ceased speaking when they saw Loki enter. He asked permission to sit, still his thirst, and no one answering a word, he demanded that they should either show him a seat or drive him out once more. Bargi declared that the Aesir never would give him a place among them again. Whereupon Loki reminded Odin that once in the morning of time, they two had blade and blood with each other, and thus had become sworn brothers. On which occasion, Odin had given him promise that no drink should cross his lips that was not offered to both of them alike. Odin accordingly asked Vidar to make room for Loki at a seat, and Vidar promptly arose and poured drink into Loki's cup. Loki offered abstinence to all the gods and goddesses and drank to them all. Bargi alone accepted. Bargi now proposed to present him with horse and sword and rings in recompense if he would keep the peace. Loki replied with taunts, maintaining that Bargi had none of the possessions of which he spoke. Of all the Aesir sitting here, you are most afraid of battle, and most wary of flying boats. If I were outside the hall, as certainly I now sit within the hall, I should carry away your head with my hand, retorted Bargi. You are brave enough while you are sitting in your seat, Bargi. Grace the benches, answered Loki. If you are angry, come and fight it out with me. I beg of you, said Bargi's wife, Idun. Do not taunt Loki, Heron Aegir's hall. Hold your tongue, Idun. Idun, rejoined Loki. Of all women I call you are the most wanton. With your white arms you have embraced the slayer of your own brother. Then declared that she only wished peace to pacify Bargi so that the two would not come to blows. Now Gefforn spoke. Why do you two Aesir continue to brandy words in this presence? Loki appears not to know that he is on the wrong road, that all the gods are angry at him. Loki at once stopped his lips, but reminded her of the Armas adventures in which she had played a part. Hereupon Odin warned Loki to beware of Geffon's wrath, for she knows the destinies of men as well as I. Loki immediately turned upon Odin, and said, You have often granted victories to dastards. I'm going to quickly look at one of the words to make sure that this is the word that it means. Okay. Victory to dastards. Basically, dishonorable people. You, for your part, replied Odin, lived 8 winters underground as a woman, milking cows. No insult much worse could possibly be thrown in a man's teeth. And so Loki was not slow in making a rejoinder, no less coarse. to the effect, namely, that Odin had once sauntered on the island of Samsey, engaged in the practice of witchcraft and sorcery after the manner of witches. Frigg now took a part in the discussion, declaring that Odin and Loki had better not reveal what they had been occupied with in the morning of time. And Loki immediately countered with the old story that on a certain occasion when Odin was absent from home, she had his brother Vil and Ve for husbands. Had I here in Aegir's hall a son like Balder, you would not easily escape, answered Frigg. You plainly wish me to recount still more of my evil deeds, said Loki. Know then it is my doing that you shall no more see Balder come riding into the hall. You are beside yourself, said Freya, to dare relate all the evil and heinous acts of your life. Frigg knows the course of destiny, though she tells no man thereof. Silence, answered Loki. I know you only too well. There is scarcely anyone in this company, whether of Aesir or elf, whom you have not had for a lover. You are a troll, wicked through and through. Once the gods surpassed you with your own brother. It is of little consequence, said Njord, that women have lovers. It is far worse that you, womanish god, venture into our presence. Loki reminded him that he had once been sent eastward as a hostage, and that the woman of Hymir had covered him with insults. Even if I was once a hostage, nevertheless I have begotten a son, Frey, who is the friend of all and the bulwark of the Aesir. His mother was your own sister, replied Thor. Tyr now spoke. Frey is foremost of the brave men amongst Frey is foremost of the brave men of Asgard. He violates neither maid nor wife, and he looses from bonds all those that are bound. Hold your tongue, Tyr. Never have you been able to bring about peace. Do not forget that the Fenris wolf tore off your right hand. Nevertheless, answered Frey, the wolf lies in bondage until the twilight of the gods. And just as he lies chained outside the river's mouth, so may you come to lay fettered if you do not keep silence. For gold you brought the daughter of Ymir, and sold your sword besides. So that when the son of Muspel come riding across the dark woods, you will find no weapon ready to your hand. Then spoke Bagiv, Frey's serving man. If I had offering like that of Ignur Frey, and if I lived happily as she does, I would crush this crow of evil omen finer than marrow and break all his limbs asunder. What is that little thing wagging his tail and whimpering there under the mill? Mill, you hid yourself in the straw on the floor when men went forth to battle. On Heimdall's declaring Loki to be drunk, Loki replied, Hold your tongue, Heimdall. In the morning of time, a life most base was dealt out to be your position. You stand forever with a stiff back, walking and watching on behalf of the gods. Skald now forecasts a threatening future for Loki. Hitherto your lot has been good, Loki, but you shall not much longer play fast and loose. To the sharp stone of the gods shall bind you with your own son's entrails. Nonetheless, I was chief among those that put your father, the Giles, to death, answered Loki. Skald retorted, therefore, cold counsels will always go out to you from my house and home. Now Sif stepped forward and poured mead into a horn for Loki. She drank to him and asked him to molest Skadi no more. But his only response was to boast that he, if no one else, had enjoyed the favors of Sif. The mountains are trembling, said Bela. I think Thor must be coming. He will find a way of stopping the mouth of him who heaps blame on the Aesir. As Loki was berating Bele, Thor appeared and, fuming with rage, threatened Loki with his hammer. Still, Loki had the boldness to say to him, "You will not be so brave when you go out against the wolf, and the wolf devours Odin. I will hurl you into the regions of the east, so that no man shall lay eyes on you again," answered Thor. "You had better keep quiet about your journeys to the east," said Loki, adding a further reminder of the cowardly way in which Thor had borne himself in Skirmir's glove, and how fast he had found the thong was bound around the wallet. "Hale and hearty, you nearly perished with hunger. If you do not hold your tongue at once, Mjolnir shall strike you, without further ado, down to hell, even lower than the gate of corpses." "I have spoken what I had to speak," said Loki. "I will now depart on your account alone, for I know that you strike when you are moved to strike." To Aegir he declared that this banquet was his last, that flames were to consume all that he owned. Loki now took his leaving and hid himself in the mountains, where he built a house with 4 doors so placed that from within he was able to spy in all directions. Often he assumed the shape of a salmon and lurked among the waterfalls of Fragna. He pondered much upon what devices the Aesir might employ in order to catch him in the falls. And as he sat in the house brooding on these things, he took flax yarn and wove it into meshes in the manner commonly used in making a net. Before long he saw the Aesir drawing near, for Odin, looking out for Lidskjalf, had discovered his hiding. Losing no time, Loki threw the net on the fire burning before him, and sprang into the waterfall. When the Aesir reached the house, the wise Kvasir was the first to enter. As soon as he saw the ashes of the burned net, he understood that it was meant for catching fish, and he told the Aesir as much. They all set about the task of making a net according to the model in the ashes. When it was finished, they went down to the stream and threw the net into the water. Thor had hold of one end, and all the Aesir held fast to the other end. As they drew the net, Loki swam before it and lay quiet between 2 stones until the net had passed over him. Nevertheless, they noticed that the net had touched some living thing. They went upstream and cast the net a second time, but now they had waited so that nothing could pass beneath it. Loki swam ahead of the net until he came within a short distance of the sea. Then he leaped over the rope and swam up the waterfall again. Now the Aesir had caught sight of him. They went upstream a third time and separated into 2 parties, so that each group held one end of the net while Thor waded down in the middle of the river. In such a manner they drew the net down towards the sea. It In this predicament, Loki was compelled to either run out to sea, which would put him in grave danger of his life, or to leap over the net once more. He ventured the leap anew, but Thor seized him and held him fast by the tail. Although the salmon slipped a short way through his hands, this is the reason why the salmon tapers towards the tail. Now Loki was taken captive outside the bound of any hallowed place, and therefore he could accept no mercy. The Aesir carried him off to a cavern in the mountains. There they took 3 flagstones, placed them on end, and bored a hole in each one. Next they seized hold of Loki's sons, Vali and Nari. Vali, transforming himself into a wolf at once, tore his brother limb from limb. Thereupon the Aesir took Nari's entrails and with them bound Loki in such a position across the 3 stones that one of the stones stood under his shoulder, the second under his loins, and the third under the tendons of his knees. The bands turned into iron. Skald caught a venomous serpent and fixed it above him in such a way that the venom would be sure to drip into his face. Sigyn, Loki's wife, stood beside him, holding a basin to catch the dripping poison. But when the basin was filled, she had to go away to empty it. And while she was gone, the poison fell on his face and threw him into such violent contortions that the whole earth trembled. This is the phenomenon now known as an earthquake. Thus, Loki shall lie bound until the coming of the twilight of the gods. The next one is another long one, so I'm going to let myself take a quick breather, play the game a bit more. And by the way, when the story said that Loki was molesting one of them, it meant that he was insulting them, making fun of their honor and stuff. There was nothing in the way of lewdness that was happening. There's only one story that involves something like that, and I refuse to read it because it's just the title alone tells me that it is not okay. So, whoever's watching, how are you doing? I hope that your day is going well. Perhaps the only reason you are watching this is because you have nothing better to do. I understand that sentiment. I have felt such a way where I will watch something purely for the means of entertainment as I have run out of my own. So I can get an extra move. And here we see why these demons are really dumb. How to best do this? I think. Guess that makes my choices easier. I didn't even need to plan that much. I overplanned. This is one thing, if you are at all watching me to this stuff to also get some hints about this game. Once you have the area that allows you to battle beings like this, use it as soon as you are able to. I don't mean fight them as soon as you get the chance, because unless you have a really good luck in strategy, they are at first much higher level than you usually, and so they will thoroughly hand you your rear end. But if you wager yourself to be crafty and exceptionally skilled at this game, if you wager that your plans and such can easily best the far more experienced enemy, then I welcome you to try. And for what game is fun if you only follow the advice of someone else? For example, some might prefer to always try to fight things that are outside their level. Not recommended, but I understand the appeal. Hmm. Let's see. Guess I'll just move that over there. And move that over there. Now make our dragon actually preparing for his attack. And for a moment I thought the game froze. That would have been unfortunate. And that midstream and everything, and nothing saved in this game freezes and stuff and crashes on me. Thing goes down. That'd be horrible. Oh, it's rather infuriating. You know what? We're just gonna have everything ready. Why not? And complete annihilation in T-minus 4, 3, 2, 1, and 0. I want that to be noted. I did so much that if you doubled his health, I still would have beaten him. If I were to think about what I like, which of these units I like the most when I gain them, I'd say my least favorite one, probably the deers. Not the deers that can charge, but the druid deers, elks or whatever you wanted to call them. Because while yes, it can be useful to slow down your enemy, it also like increases how much damage they'll do once they're ready. Makes you, and depending on what type of opponent unit they have, it could be that your little stall, the damage it did was so minor that it instantly regains its attack plus some, and they'll have more time to make like chains and stuff, and you'll be completely doomed. If this was there was multiplayer of this and I was told to use those things, I would be terrified. Because a smart player would probably notice, oh, that deer is about to attack, that'll give me, and it'll slow me for X amount of turns if I prepare things, then I can just gain like 15 chains. Then I'm doomed. Just one powerful unit and I'm dead. No. And it's like, well, you shouldn't have used that deer. I'm like, I knew it would doom me. Anyway. Poor move on my part. Or bad luck, depending on how you see it. But on the bright side, I can do that. Let's see. Do I think I'm gonna beat him? Yes. Do I think I'm gonna need my fairies? No. You gotta say, I do like the fact that the only thing that's really luck based is units. Like, which units are you gonna get at your first turn, or if you summon more, what are you gonna get? That's luck based. Everything else, though, not luck. I don't like that. It's neat to see that. Fast to grow in attack, but max attack is not as much as this guy could do well out once they're a higher level. There's a lot of ideas of how I could voice certain of these characters while playing, so I might start doing that in the future. That. And there we go. I will say I do think that the blue fairies do look nice. Neat aesthetic. With some treants. And of course. Seems to lag whenever a song, half the time when a song ends. That would be the best option. Other than that, I can further lessen the damage that I would be destined to take. I think it's just enough. If I aim my arrows well, it should be just enough to finish him, I think. I think this should be enough. I was right. Yeah, definitely only read this stuff, the mythology, half the time, because otherwise it really tears away your throat and stuff. Give me another move to work with. Good to see victory. Roots leech double the amount of HP from the enemy hero. Now let's see how this team does. Halt, men, step away. We have made a mistake. The elves are not our enemy. We must return to the Empire. We've turned elf lover. We've turned elf lover, Varkas. Destroy them. Boys, he's defected to the enemy's side. We can't let them touch the mother seed. Owen. Bled. Man, I cannot speak. There's a serious problem. And for a great maneuver, let's just delete the mother seed and lose instantly. Why do I always forget? Whenever I can move the mega monsters and insult units, why don't I do that? If I move them over here, I can get that elf the fairy to be preparing. I can make that bear also prepare, and okay, next time I do that, move that over there, delete that guy. I have them preparing. I have basically a free area to just prepare my treant behind a very fortified wall, and that's... Man, why do I always forget that? Or just here. Sometimes I make some really dumb moves. If I move that fairy just over to the bears, then that means that I could take this guy and... If I hadn't moved her all the way over there, then I would have had this guy preparing already. I'm making a massive wall to protect. This should do a good amount of damage, though. Why did I do that? Such a dumb move. Luckily, looks like that might have actually been a pretty good move. Gonna be reading about something soon. Mythology, once this is done. I apologize for the trouble we have caused you. Elves, I shall return to our Emperor and tell him that of this demon plot you have exposed. Who shot that? I don't see anyone. Looks like there's a note attached. Listen to this. We pointy-eared elves have kidnapped the human boy. That Lord Guy's son. We hold him at the elf, our hunting camp. And we'll kill him with our little elfy daggers. It speaks of Godric. It is written out on birch parchment, which is certainly a demonic trick. It's not intended for you, Sir Vargas. I meant to find. We'll free them together and split the skulls of every demon in our path. You'll move too fast for you. You should go home and reason with your leaders. Very well then. Good luck. On and when. You have no idea how to say your name. Could this be it? Could saving Godric put the blade of binding back in our hands? We'll soon find out. The hunting ground is to the north of here. I'm double checking something quickly. I'm trying to remember if the unicorn that guy wants to see. I don't remember getting a unicorn unit. I don't think you can. I think, in fact, that he is blocking the way to it if there is the way to get to it. However, first I'm going to check over here because maybe I'm misremembering things. I'm gonna check. With that, I mean with this thing, if you couldn't hear, I just quickly looked it up. You have a level 5 unicorn. What do you mean you need proof? We just thought was the problem with having two big units. Just destroy him. At least me. Thank you. This battle has gone way too long and I hate it. Die. I'm getting rid of these trance. The dragons charge faster, their acid's useful. If you're wondering why that guy just turned into a plume of smoke, we banished his soul to the Shadow Realm. I'm gonna try having the unicorn instead of the deer. I imagine it would be more useful. I know it's charging that it cleaves through a lot more. A lot. With that defensive thing, it almost like it makes it. If you have some walls that it's nearby, I imagine it would be. If I were to go off my memory, I would say it would make the walls like doubly defensive. And as a result, nearly impossible to bust through. Damn, must have broken. The river is overflowing. We cannot cross it. The logs to make it fast. They're recommending the deer and the treant. And take a drink of water and try to do voids throughout this entire thing. And yes, I do think I'm done with reading mythology for the night. Because it is tiring. And it really puts a strain, feels like it puts a lot of weight onto my throat. And everything else. Well, not really a weight, but more causes it to feel a lot more phlegmy. We've arrived. We've arrived. Now, at our worst fears are confirmed. The hunting camp is filthy with demons. For a moment, you became a female. Right before I began speaking, as soon as I finished, Owen turned to him and just kicked him really hard in the nuts. He's like, ah! fact that I usually have one person watching who doesn't talk at all makes me guess that the person who watches, they're usually listening to me as like some kind of podcast. They fall asleep to or something. I understand. If you're wondering why the game is so quiet, because I turned down the game volume a lot. And pretty trash pull. And later. Yep, my throat's taking a massive tax. Voice is not doing well. Do I care about the damage I just took? Not really. Not really a way I can make that stack happen. That's neat. After my last turn, it felt like since I plan to upload this to a channel I have, it almost felt like the people watching this in the future saw me take that turn, and the major buffs of this game were screaming at their computer in blind rage as if I could somehow hear them. That's pretty neat. Suppose I can make this work. Yep, made it work. That feels pretty good. And it's loading. Let me go. Nope, I'm getting that's his voice now. Shut your mouth, human. You'll make less sound sitting in my belly. Fool! There must be a body for the men to find. There will be no eating of this one. Poor Godric. Let's be thankful he even alive. He got a last lead to find the Blade of Binding. Imagine if knights were to find this scene. Godric held in an elven camp? Maybe they would only find its body. More deceit to incite war. An all-out war between our lands would be inevitable. Too clever for the average demon. Not while there's breath in my lungs and wind in the trees. Time to save him, be done with this chapter, and then from there, see what I feel. Back there. Put that there. See. And this should be death. Yep, it's death. That skill's really useful. Don't completely remember what the other skills are for the other characters, but I think that might be my favorite. Thank Elrath, you're here. Patrick, at least you are alive. Well, wait. Stench. The trees hold their breath.
Ha ha ha! What a prize! My search has led me to the girl who plays warrior.
This is the beast who attacked our camp. My father's blood stains his hands.
You escaped once, but Xerxes will not be denied the pleasure of crushing you this time. Now hand over the blade of binding, I shall finish you quick.
You don't have it?
He doesn't have it. I shall have it. I shall have it. Once I tear it from your dead hands.
Ah, we don't know where the blade of binding is. It's been done. But now we know where it isn't. Enough talk. This monster shall pay. This is murdering my throat so bad. I'm going to wake up and I'm not going to have a voice in the morning. Otherwise, I'm not going to enjoy speaking in the morning. So after 3 turns, he'll move over there. Do I know what I'm doing? Kind of. Do I have a plan? Yes. Is it a good plan? Probably not. Playing like an idiot, it seems. If he had moved over there, that would have been great. They're green. They look pretty blue. Just let that attack go. And there we go. Only did 1 damage to me. What a loser.
Anwen fights with the fury that she has kept bottled up since the attack on the camp. And she sends the mighty demon Azexes running back to Sheol, his tail between his legs.
His tail between his legs.
This isn't over. The blood moon eclipse is nigh. It will bring a time of fear and fire.
Why did you not do that sooner? I fear greatly for my siblings, Aiden and Fiona. Wherever they are, I hope they are well. And you say that my emperor is making war against Roland? I cannot let this happen. I will see him myself in my father's name and talk him out of this foolishness. Finden and I must continue to search for the artifact. At least the demons don't have it. There's some hope in that, I guess. What drove you on? I thought surely I was presumed dead and forgotten. We're united in grief and loss, Godric. I couldn't give up on you. A week ago, I would not have understood that. I hope to see you again, Alan. In happier times. Farewell. Do I want to save? Yes. I believe I would like to save. Weary and grieving, Godric returns alone to his beloved griffin.
Talengard,
capital of the empire, jewel of the realm.
Godric has visited
Rick
the
was
city
visited
before,
before,
never so alone,
and never with so urgent a mission. Talengard Castle. It is in the north part of the city. I must hurry to the Emperor. Master Godric, as I live and breathe, the unicorn that she feared you dead. There's no time to talk. We loyal swordsmen will join you. Why would I need troops? Why would I need troops here in Talengard? What a strange fellow. Halt! Citizens are barred from the Emperor's castle. These times of war. Step back, son. I am Godric, son of Lord Edric. I must speak with the Emperor. Son of Lord Edric? The traitor? Gods, do not let him get away! Traitor? How dare you? You may have bowmen, but I have swordsmen who have shields. You think the arrows will pierce our shields? Well, their main reason is to stop arrows. So seriously, do you think that you can stop them? I guess you think your arrows will pierce our shields. What a fool. Death. Someone approaches. Sound the alarms! Godric the traitor is on the loose in the Empire. They mean to capture me. I'll try to loose them in the alley to the west. Wait, no! Treasure! Let's try to slip past these guards and avoid being on the same path as them at all costs. Find a safe haven and get to the bottom of this trouble. Shall venture into the city. Let's just wait. Bit too hasty. Way too late. Got distracted and way too late. You've lost him, that little traitor. We'll get him sooner or later. You aren't getting past me, traitor. Someone will get past you, but I shall make you pay for your loose tongue as well. As soon as I go investigate that treasure back in the past, because of the fact that I'm fully aware that there's treasure, you are not keeping me from treasure. I don't... Let me get the treasure. Doesn't matter if you hit me. I have one. See, I have one. Psst, over here. Godric, son of Lord Edric. I dared to tell my superiors that your father was no traitor. Count Carlyle ordered my execution for it. I fled and have been on the run since. I and my family thank you, sir. I'm not used to being hunted in my own lands. May I join you? I was going north to the Sleeping Stag Inn. It's a refuge for loyal men who have fallen from favor. I study them, I can avoid capture. My bad. So how is everyone doing tonight? I might be wrapping up soonish. There's a lot of background noise where I'm at, or this game has a lot of talking and stuff in the background for this area. Yeah, she'll get me sooner or later. First demon plots and Roland. Now my beloved homeland is gripped by madness. And why, by the breath of LRS, would my family be branded as traitors? Simple, because politics are horrible. This is likely a power grab by someone. Hopefully now I can go over and get my loot. I intend to try to get that loot. If this is a waste, I'm very sorry for those who watch. Sorry. Thought I could get loot. Thought I would be happy. Now it's a fool. Rhyme to help me. Sky blue, grass green, and nights bleed proudly red. Thing you can't count on. There's this, sir. Blue, green, red. Sky is blue. Fun fact, first time I played this, I did not see that guy speaking. And so I did not know the combination, so I just guessed and if I remember correctly, I either got it right by dumb luck on my first or second go, and I don't know how. So that's how I end my turn. I just looked at it. The way I was set up, there's no way I'm gonna hit the green first. Which would mean... I think it should work. I think the elves are best with defensive plays. Cause they're all regenerate and stuff, and like a good number of their artifacts improve walls. 2, 3, at least. But it's a lot of wall defense. Aha! That's good. I can see those numbers grow. Blab the combination to the lock and I'll break your arms. Go in. Welcome to Sleeping Stag, lad. Royal is the name. What can I do you for? I seek refuge at your inn, sir. Just a few hours to collect myself. That voice! Godric? Is it really you? Surrounded by enemies, even in a murky inn. Even if you wish to capture me, draw your sword. No, sir. You mistake my intent. It is me, Sir Varkas. Well, but you're not for the Emperor. You know me? Yes, well, I was a knight. You not recognize me, Godric? I was a year ahead of you in the Unicorn Duchy Academy. We were in the same advanced jousting class. Varkas. And now I'm here. All because an elf girl convinced me my marching orders from the Emperor were unfounded. That sounds like Anne. Owen, yes, that's her name. It was her heart-wrenching story that ruined my life. I argued with Count Carlisle, the newly appointed general. I begged him to stop his war on the elves. He called me a fool to believe her, and said Lord Edric was in league with them. He stripped me of my command and jailed my men for following my orders. My father was no traitor, and you are no fool, Sir Varkas. Come, lead me to this jail where your brave men rot. We shall break them out and set things right. I couldn't help but overhear you. I'll join you. Just let me get my spear. Sir Tolivir, you're overexcited. We'd be happy to have your spear on our side. Just down a cup of royal head purge tea first. Self-war is pure mischief. Has everyone forgotten the histories of the Demon War? A war suddenly igniting with our closest neighbors is surely a distraction. Wake up! Can I borrow a gold piece for a cup of milk, good sir? Greetings, stranger. I represent your local branch of a certain organization. Interested in helping us reduce the civil to villain ratio to fair Alengard?
Georgie was the reckless thug who enjoys a stiff cup of milk before a night of pure carnage. He's usually found at the Sleeping Stag Inn. I wonder who just asked us for a few gold pieces for some milk. Could it be you? Alright, I got my milk on. Who wants a piece of Georgie? I guess that would be me. You know, he may outlevel me. He may have better men than me. I'm not sure where I'm going with this statement, but I think I can find something to do about this. Yeah, by the way, if you have epilepsy, do not watch this stuff because this guy's ability kind of involves a good deal of flashing. Or at least just try to ignore the bottom part of the screen. For the turn that was there.
Well, I lost. Bad plays, playing someone who was higher level and everything. Fully on me. You, hey, you there, fancy boy. Look at me when I'm talking to you. Are you speaking to me, sir? Now, Jarvis. Finish your drink and then be off with you. Don't bother the lad. Go stick your head in a pot of stew, Royal. I'm having a chat with Fancy Boy over here. You think you're something? Someone else, don't you? With your shiny armor and normal shaped head? Bah. I'm not looking for any trouble, sir. Well, you found trouble. Trouble with Captain Jarvis. Get a mop and a bucket out, Royal. Once I'm done with the fancy boy there, there'll be a mess to clean up. You're not an idiot. Oh, someone's... To do anything, I need money. More levels. Actual units. To the west, you say? But I'm a low subject. He says we must go towards the yellow, and there must be a good reason. The prison door is controlled by 2 pulleys. Hit them both at the same time to open it. Okay, step closer and we'll attack. I'm getting a headache. I'm hungry. Probably gonna end this stuff soon. Haha. Take that, scrub.
Thank you for freeing us, Master Godric.
Oh, thank you for resisting war and following the lead of Sir Barkat. A most excellent knight.
You're here.
And yes, God is at work, and Ashan is in turmoil. We, the few, make our leaders see the danger. We must travel north to my home in the Unicorn District. Speak with my aunt, Evelyn, the priestess of the light. Her guidance should see us through this darkness. After I get to the priestess and do that puzzle, I'm done.
Lady Evelyn will not cooperate. Make sure no one goes in or out.
Yes, sir.
Step aside, lout. Make way for nobility.
What a jerk. We must crush that blockade and free my Aunt Evelyn. Got that done. Hello, Aunt. Patrick. since said the tales of your deaths were mere stories, and yet, alas for your father. He's gone, and I cannot change it. But there's one thing I can change. Why are they calling my father a traitor, Aunt Evelyn? I do not know, but there is worse news. I fear for your sister Fiona. Her star flickers as dimmed in the night sky. No. How can this be? Fiona, my little sister. At least tell me that my brother Adin lives. Adin's star burns brighter than ever. Strangely so. There's some good news then. In time, I will mourn my family. But first, I must clear their name and stop this mad war. I desperately need to speak with the Emperor, Aunt Evelyn. But I am hunted as a traitor. I have heard news that the Emperor is presiding over a tournament. The winner will be granted a royal audience, and I shall enter this tournament and win it. I take this cloak and your father's old helmet. They should conceal your identity. Power Ranger, White Ranger, transform. Why did that not become a joking thing? Dude, that sort of plume of smoke after he does that move. Feels like if you took that image and like cropped it, then it would become prime stuff. You put over like those little cartoon and stuff, transformation stuff like Sailor Moon, Power Rangers, whatever you want to call, whatever you want, and just fits. Thank you, Aunt Evelyn. We shall soon right these wrongs. Griffin Eternal. Let's see. It feels like you need 4 moves. Okay, I had to look up what to do, but I now know. I somehow managed to still mess it up though. What a great showing of my skill. You have a great knack for just really messing everything up. Really neat skill. What a great sight. Well, it's been fun, but I'm tired, I'm hungry, and my throat hurts. Not hurts, but it's not exactly comfortable after all this, so I'm gonna call it a night. And figure something out. But yeah. Thanks for stopping by. And if you're watching this on the place I will upload this stuff, make sure to do all those things that you hear about. Have a nice night.